Attention in the barn, we're about ready to start off with our Market Hog show today. Thank you for everybody coming. It's cold, but hopefully it'll warm up before the end of the show. Uh, at this point in time, I'd like to everybody to stand, and as you are, if you're able, and remove your headgear. And we will have Miss Shari Mills sing our national anthem, and then she will give us our invocation.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Please remain standing for our prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here today for an event of competition and kinship and friendship. We appreciate all that you've provided for us to allow us to be here today. We ask that you bless each competitor, each parent, each participant in every way, every volunteer, every judge. We thank you so much for all of those that have worked so hard to make this event happen for our kids each year. Please, God, help us to remember to love one another above all things and bless our nation. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Our judge today is Mr. Nick Hofschulte. He's from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. He's judged at Connor State College. He's judged numerous county, state, and national shows across the country. Nick has been involved with livestock production his whole life and currently assists in operating Hofschulte Genetics and is a co-owner of Primo Feed. Him and his wife Holly reside in Miami, Oklahoma, along with their 4 children. Let's give a big hand for our judge, Mr. Hofschulte. while we're awaiting our first class, a couple announcements. Uh, Want to introduce a couple of young ladies in the ring here in front of me. They are our Guadalupe County Fair Queen, who is Rayleigh Childs, if you want to wave at everybody. And then Guadalupe County Fair Princess, which is Priestley Just. These young ladies will be assisting us in the ring this morning, passing out ribbons, and we appreciate their efforts. Also, we are live streaming this show today. Jeffrey's Livestock is the company that's involved getting that to us. They can be seen on YouTube, Facebook, and their website, which is info@jeffrieslivestockmarketing.com. So if you have family or anybody that couldn't get here today for whatever reason, and they still want to watch the show, just go online and look up Jeffrey's Livestock, and you can watch the whole show. It'll be televised for you. Thank you. One more brief note about Jeffrey's, forgot to mention, is that they are sponsored by D&D and MT Hart Livestock. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in South Texas, and we start the show out in a good way here in your first class of Berks. The young lady brings us a very fresh and fit individual to grab onto in this class, and just does it in a balanced sound package that's got the extra sturdy base that we like to look at in terms of bone and functionality. From there, you've got a little sorting to do. The young man in the vest is going to be second from me. I like the shape out of the backside of his blade, like a square build that he has. Not quite as much bone as our class winner, especially when you study his rear leg, but he's built right. He's got square shape. Good, fresh-bodied individual there to go into second. Just thought he was so much sounder and cleaner jointed when you get in behind him than the young man's gilt that ends up in three, one that we worked up a few spots, and just need to make her sounder and looser out of her rear hock there when you study her on her right hind leg especially, but one that's got stoutness of features. She's got shape out of the backside of her blade, really a muscular individual, just got to make her sounder. Young man coming next here is one that's got a really nice pig, just like to freshen him up. To move her up any higher. Really bold-bladed, stout-featured individual. Just like to freshen her up in her body and her overall appearance today to like her up any higher, but a really nice pig there that's got some fundamental value. Same goes with the young lady next. Just thought she kind of got out-horsed in terms of her muscle out here. Just a little blander when you get over the top of her. Like to spread her open as she comes and goes. Real nice way to start the show off. Let's congratulate these kids.
Placings in our first class of Berkshire Market Hogs. In 7th place, we have Taya Dunham of the Steel FFA, Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Parker Gilm, and that is from the Navarro FFA also. In 5th place, we have Carolee Morales Bailey with Clemens FFA. In 4th place, we have Noah Richter of the Steel FFA. In 3rd place, we have Barrett Coleman of the Navarro FFA. In 2nd place, we have Parker Gilman of Steel FFA. And your class winner goes to Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA. Also, I failed to announce earlier, we will be giving the highest placing pig in each class from the Seguin Swine Breeders a $100 bump check if their pig was purchased from the Seguin Swine Breeder Group. The $100 winner will be Emily Clutter. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Coming in the ring next will be our 2nd class of Berkshires. These pigs will weigh from 223 to 235. I failed to mention this class has 10 entered and we'll be placing 8.
Young lady brings a nice skill to start this class off with, and just does so by her quality of look and balance out here, and still brings some bone to the table. Extra good when you talk about her shape up high on top. One there that just does the most for me in this particular class. A young lady that ends up second is one that's very bold and wide and heavy muscled. Not quite the look of our class winner, not quite the bone when you study him at the ground, but a pig I thought just had a notch more real muscle and just genuine shape in him than the bear that comes into 3. The young lady that comes out here in 3 is a bear that's really got a good foundation, a really good front foot, like the way his shoulders laid into him. You know, he gets a little shorter and a little over-conditioned up through his front third there, and I just didn't think he had as much real muscle in him as the bear that preceded him there in second, but a nice pig that's really got good body and good fundamentals. She's done a great job getting him to this point. A young man that comes next is one that's got some width and got some muscle. You know, I'd like to give him a shot more bone and foot to go along with all of that width that he has up high. He just doesn't balance quite as well, but I thought his hind leg worked a notch more appropriately in him than the young lady's gilt that comes next. One that I like for added feature, her added shape out of the backside of her blade. I just like to loosen her up and make her sounder more correct out of her rear, too. A really good class there. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Placings in our second class of Berkshires. 8th place goes to Casey Lee Smith, Navarro FFA. 7th place goes to Cody Prince, Clemens FFA. 6th place goes to Allison Smith, Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Claire Real, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place goes to James Schumann of the New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place goes to Allison Smith of the Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Brooke Bernard, St. James 4-H. And our class winner goes to Emma Smith of New Berlin 4-H. Our $100 bump check from the Seguin Swine Breeders goes to Claire Real. Her hog was bred by Real Hog Farm. Congratulations to all. Entering the ring now, we have our third and final class of Berkshires. There's 4 head entered. We'd be placing 3.
Well, a nice four that we have to sort through here, and just sorting the hogs and studying them at the ground and the way that they're built and their foot up. I think the young man's gilt suits me the best in terms of her bone and her feature. When she comes at you, she's much bolder from blade, knee to ground. And then when she goes away, she still stays relatively square. You know, we'd like to freshen her up in terms of her skin and hair, but if you just put that aside and look at the pig and talk about length of hip and still have a muscle, still being able to drive out here, that's my favorite one. The young lady that ends up second, definitely the fresher appearing gilt. Like her in her body, like her over her top. As she comes at me, I just like to square her up there through her chest and give her a stouter arm to go with all that mass she has up high. But a gilt there that balances really well from the side. Just a little blander over her back, a little frailer at the ground, and our class winner. The young man that comes out three is one that's got a bear that's really good in terms of his pattern from the profile, really tall fronted, good in his lines, top and bottom there. We get in behind him, he gives up a lot in terms of just width and muscle. And then when you get on top of him as well, we'd like to see him with more edge. But a bear, I like his pattern, I like his ability to get out here and go. The young man that ends the class, another pig that's got some quality, just a little more restricted in the way that he goes out here, especially off of his rear too. Congratulations to all four of you. Really nice class.
Placings in our third class of Berkshires. Third place goes to Hunter Stevens of the Marion FFA. Second place goes to Brayley Wise of the Clemens FFA. And our first place and class winner goes to Grant Barbie with the Marion FFA. Grant will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100, and that breeder on that her pig was Daggy Show Pigs. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our champion and reserve champion, Berkshire Market Hogs.
Well, our Berkshire show's been good, and we've got three individuals out here to represent, to pick from for your champion that all have quality. To me, there's one out here that kind of sets herself apart from the rest in terms of her look and her build and her ability to combine some muscle with some stoutness. We've seen her the first of the day. The young lady out of the first class can be our champion. We bring our second out of that class, and a young man's got him looking right. He's fresh-bodied. He's fresh in terms of his skin and hair. You know, you got to ask yourself, does he just have enough bone and stoutness to beat another one in here? There's another one in here that's got a notch more shape when you get over the top of her. A really good look out ahead of her blade. Really big in terms of her feet at the ground. The one I like second best in your Berkshire division is a young lady here in the orange shirt. Congratulations.
Grant Barbie.
So your champion's Emily Clutter, and your reserve is
Emma Smith. Okay, thank you. I don't know these ladies.
No, and there was 4 Smiths in the class.
Our champion Berkshire was shown by Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA, and our reserve champion was shown by Emma Smith of the New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Our next class will be our light OPBs. Light OPBs. We have 4 head entered. We'll be placing 3.
We got a really nice bear to start with in this class, and the kind that make a guy's job easy that's judging a show. Just one that does a lot of good things in terms of his shape and his squareness, his ability to get out and go. You can tell the young lady's put a lot of time into him, getting him to this point, and she needs commended for that. Lady that's in second here is got the one that's next most like him in terms of her width and her muscle. Really like her chest width and her shape up high. You know, she's not as sound out of her rear too, and not as smooth and correct out of her hip in terms of length, but a gilt there that does bring a notch more width and muscle to the table than our next two. The young man that comes out three's got a really fresh individual, one that's got more shape up out of the backside of her blade than the one that's at 4. You know, we'd like to give her more bone to go ahead and be in the 2 hole, but a gilt there that's got body He's done a good job getting her to this point in terms of having her looking right, having her trained and broke out here. But just got to give that one more bone to go along and get up any higher. Young lady coming out next is one that does have a notch more arm and rear leg. I just got to fix that front end. You know, she wants the knee in. I got to square up from shoulder, knee to ground as she comes right directly at me. We'd like to freshen her up in terms of her overall presentation. But another one there you do like for some pieces that she brings to the table. Congratulations to all four of you. Nice class of white OPBs.
Placings in our light OPB. Third place goes to Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. Second place goes to Cheyenne Coleman of the Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Cody Kelso. She is with the Marion FFA. Cody will also receive the $100 Skiing Swine Breeders bump check. The breeder on her pig was Kelso Genetics. Congratulations. That was a class of 4, so your champion will be Cody. Reserve will be Cheyenne. Our next class coming in, we'll start our Duroc show. We have 6 head entered. 5 will place. The weights will be from 220 to 225. Those of you who've been here in the past, you know we've had pins that were basically blocked over here by where we're sitting. This year, the Guadalupe County Youth Show Board decided to go ahead and purchase all new catch pins and show ring panels, and we're very thankful to them for letting us do that because it sure makes a big difference so far at last night's breeding show and today. It seems like it's working really smooth. We appreciate you.
Really nice way to start off our reds, and a really good pair up here at the top. They're fresh, they're well presented. Young ladies are doing an excellent job getting them shown out here, and there's just one that's stouter as he comes at you. Really good in terms of his look, and just super fresh, and just he's more of a man when you get on top of him. Really big arm type of a barra that just does a lot of good things right. Maybe like to square him up when you get right in behind him, but being awfully nitpicky on one that's that good. Young lady in second's got one that's extra sharp looking from the side. He's very, very well balanced and well designed. As he comes at us, he wants to come in at his knee and just get a little flatter, more closed up there. And then when you get off the side of him, the angle to his blade is not surprisingly just a little straighter. And we'd like to fix him there in the way that his front end's assembled. He doesn't have as much stuff on top when you get up on top of him there. But man, that's one with more days. I think that one can come into himself and look really good. A young lady that comes in 3 has got a really nice fundamental pig there. Really good and bold chested. One that just kind of gets outpowered in terms of her bone compared to those top 2. She's just a little frailer in her makeup when you study her feet and her rear leg. But a gilt that's very good just in terms of her freshness and her youthfulness out here, and still has some muscle to go with that. Young lady that comes next, the young man that comes next in 4 is one that probably does have a notch more muscle, but just not quite as balanced as the gilt ahead of her, not quite as fresh in her presentation, but mainly we'd like to coordinate those rear 2 a little more appropriately in the way that she goes directly away from us, but a nice pig there that's got some fundamental value. The bearer that comes next is one that's really good in terms of his body shape. He's good in terms of his presentation, in terms of the way that he patterns up from the side. We just like to give him more genuine shape and muscle. We get on top of him and get in behind him. We've got to change him in that regard. Young lady that ends the class has got another real good pig that's got some quality in terms of her look from the side. Just gets awfully frail featured and awfully narrow when we start studying her coming and going. Congratulations to all of you. You're all doing a great job. A really nice class of reds there.
Placings in our first class of Duroc Market Hogs. In 5th place, we have Lucy Seibert of the Navarro FFA. In 4th place, we have Caleb Bratt of the Steel FFA. In 3rd place, we have Lexi Meeks of the Navarro FFA. In 2nd place, we have Briley Klufus of the Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will go to our 3rd place pig, which was shown by Lexi Meeks of the Navarro FFA. Congratulations to all y'all. Next class, we have our 2nd class of Duroc Market Hogs coming in. They are 6 head entered, 5 will be placed. Once again, I'd like to introduce our judge today. His name is Nick Hofschulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. He's judged at Connor State College. He's judged numerous county, state, and national shows across the country. Nick has been involved with livestock production his whole life, is currently assists in operating Hofschulte Genetics, and is a co-owner of Primo Feeds. He and his wife Holly reside in Miami, Oklahoma, with their 4 children. Again, let's welcome our judge back to Texas here.
Well, a really good class and come into a trio that's really close. But yet the young man does it for me in terms of just being the totals gilt out here. Got an excellent, balanced, youthful look to her. She is the best as she comes right at you through her chest and her blade. And I prefer the way that her hind leg works a notch better than the bear that's behind her in second. You know, if we could just give her a skosh more bone, she wins easy. But just in terms of her dimension and her center, and that shape to her rib and the way she comes and goes really square, I think she needs to win the class. The young man that comes in second really got a nice looking bear that's extremely, extremely highly presented. I love his look and his extra length ahead of his blade. You know, we get right in behind him. He just gets a little higher there in his seat of his pants. I'd like to square him up, just open him up as I get right in behind him. Then you get off the side of him. He wants to get a little awkward there in that hawk stifle hookup and doesn't just flex and give as much in his lower joint when he starts studying him below his hawk into his foot. But that is an excellent hog that's got a high caliber look. From his flank forward, especially. Young lady, the young man's gilt that comes next in 3 is another one there that's super stout and heavy structured. You know, she's not in the same kind of league in terms of her look from the profile. Wants to get a little shorter hip, wants to get a little straighter in her blade, but probably is the heaviest structured of that top 3. I would just like to lengthen her out of her hip to make her balance more appropriately. Like to square her up at her knee as she comes right at me, but super fresh, super bold blade elevated, super bold through her center there. Really nice gilt as well to go into 3. Young lady's gilt in 4 here. It's just a little raw in her makeup. Not quite as good there and smooth in her transition of her ham-loin junction. But her main problem is when she comes right directly at me, we'd like to just stouten her up there at her knee and square her up as she comes and goes. But the young lady's doing a great job getting her presented out here. I really like that gilt's ability to get out and move. Another nice gilt here that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape out of the backside of her blade. Just gets a little staler there through her mid-body and just staler through her overall presentation. But mainly just like to give her a shot more bone to go with all that width that she has up high. Young man that ends the class got another high-quality individual that's really good in her design. We just like to give her more muscle and width throughout. Congratulations. Nice way to end these Red Hogs.
Placings in our second class of Duroc Market Hogs. In 5th place is Maddie Schoolcraft, the Marion FFA. 4th place is Stevie McFarland, Steel FFA. 3rd place goes to Kason Clufus of the Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Chase Cologne of the Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Justin Brownie of the Navarro FFA. Justin will also receive our Seguin Swine Breeders check, and the breeder of his pig was Ryan Colterman. Congratulations to all. Now coming in our ring will be our 3rd class of Duroc's Market Hogs. We have 9 head entered, 7 will place. Also want to make a correction. We got some misinformation earlier. On the 2nd class of Berkshire pigs, as far as the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check, it actually will go to James Schumann, and his pig was bred by Mason Schultz Show Pigs. Thank you.
a little more challenging of a class just to find like a one of those easy winners or a super top pair that we've seen. But this is a pair I think that sorts themselves at the top. And the young lady in the pink shirt there's got one that's awfully nice and really comes at you super square and true. Still has some openness to him. A really heavy muscle type of bear that gets along the ring very well. One that looks like he's getting held on a little bit. He's not as fresh bodied as we'd like to seem, but that's a really just a good built hog that's still got some muscle and can get out here and motor. Young man's gilt that ends up in second is one that's very good in terms of the way she puts herself together from the profile. I like that gilt's ability to balance up and her design from the side. She's not as impressive as she comes right directly at us in terms of her squareness of her knee and not as impressive in terms of her shape of muscle, but just in terms of her kind and her ability to come out here and pattern and use her feet and legs correctly. I think she needed to be in that 2-hole. The young man that comes in 3 is right here in the striped shirt, gave you the 3 tag, one that's very, very bold and muscular out here, but it works to her disadvantage. You know, we'd like to make her a notch more natural in the way she moves, wants to get a notch too wide from both ends. If we can just square her up and tone her down a notch off of both ends, we can move her up significantly. But a gilt you do admire for her bone, her genuineness of shape and muscle, just like to make her a notch sounder. A young man that comes next here in 4 is one that's got him very fresh and fit. One that does an excellent job getting him drove out here. I really appreciate that about him. Just as he comes and goes, we got to make him a notch more bold and wider, especially as he goes directly away from me. I'd like to stouten him up at the ground, give him a notch more muscle there. Young lady here in 5 that comes out. It's got a really good pattern gilt, got a really good design type of a gilt that's extra fresh in her body. For me, she's just too refined about her feature and her bone. Just like to give her more real muscle, give her a notch more stoutness at the ground. A really nice class here. Let's congratulate all these kids.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our 3rd class of Duroc Market Hogs. 7th place goes to Barrett Kuhlman of the Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Morgan Booker of the Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Banner Wilkes of the Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Boone Westerholm of the Navarro 4-H. And our class winner goes to Alexis Schulze, and she is with the Marion FFA. Our $100 bump check award winner goes to Tyler Schneider with his pig was purchased from 4L Show Pigs. He will receive the $100 Seguin Swine Breeder bump check. Congratulations to all. We now have our last class, our 4th class of Durocs coming in the ring right now. There are 8 head entered, 6 will be placing. I've been asked to announce that we do have concessions located to the west side of the barn over here. KC Hall is sponsoring it. So if you need something hot, I'm sure they got coffee, hot chocolate, whatever you might be looking for, they can take care of you over there. Thank you.
A real nice skill to start this class with. It just so fundamental at the ground and still gives you good balanced look. And just her ability to get out here and move and go is what allows her to win. She's the most impressive as she comes right at me right here. Really good out of the backside of her blade and impressive through her center. But she's just so comfortable out here and pattern's good and balance is good. She's the easy choice for me. Then you got some judging to do in the rest of the class. And I think the bear that ends up second is just a notch stouter than the gilt that's behind him. He's not as good and functional off of his front feet as our class winner, but one there that does offer a lot of stoutness in terms of his arm, his rear leg, really good in terms of his center. We just like to fix him on those front feet to go ahead and let him win the class. Young man here at 3, we'd like to change his haircut. One there that's just a notch staler in her presentation. But if you just break this gilt down at the ground, she's very fundamental. She's very sound and functional. And I think that's how she gets up into the 3 hole. Really good and square as she comes at you. She patterns up good from the profile there. She's not as heavy structured, not as heavy duty, especially in her rear ankle there as a bearer that goes ahead of her. But I do love just her ability to get out and stay sound. She's a notch square through her chest and the gilt that comes next. This view right here is what gets this gilt beat for me. Wants to deviate there in her knee awfully hard as she comes directly at me. If we can square her up there through her knee, I think we can move her up significantly because I do like her freshness. I like her pattern from the profile. When you get right in behind her, you'd like to square her up as well. Once the widest part is there through the center part of her ham, we'd like to maintain that squareness from the top of her hip and to her hock all the way to the ground. But the young lady has done an excellent job presenting her fresh and getting her drove today. Same goes for the gilt that comes next. Super fresh, super well fit. Love the added look this one brings to the table. Thought she got to laboring out of her front end pretty hard. Thought she gave up quite a bit just in terms of bone and foot at the ground. But I love her look. I love her freshness that she offers us today. Let's give these kids a real good round of applause. Nice class.
Placings in our 4th class of Duroc Market Hogs. 6th place, goes to Lily Zimmermer of the Navarro FFA. Fifth place goes to Baylor Wright of the Marion FFA. Fourth place goes to Elena Pena of Steel FFA. Third place goes to Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Maddie Womack of the Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Emily Chambers of the Marion FFA. Emily will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100. The breeder of her pig was Alderson Farms. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our champion and reserve champion Duroc.
Let's give these four class winners a round of applause. Really nice individuals out here, and the quality's been good through the Duroc show. And yet we get them out here, and I think there's one that's just the totals. She is a notch more impressive in terms of her stoutness. Really a husky built one that gets out here and is more of an athlete than the rest. The young lady out of the last class is going to be our champion.
Champion Duroc goes to Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. We'll now judge for our reserve.
Bring our second place out of that class. Nice pig there. We'd like to change him on his front foot. There's another one I think that couples well with our champion. He's not a square out of his hip. He's not as loose in his hock, but love him coming at you. Love his ability to just come out the backside of his blade so impressively, and just combine that with the bone that we like to see. Young lady with this bear in the pink shirt is going to be our reserve.
Reserve Duroc goes to Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Our next breed coming in the ring now will be our Hampshires. The first class has got 8 head entered and 6 will place. Hampshire Market Hogs. Randy Schneider, will you come to the announcer stand? Randy Schneider. Once again, I'd like to make you aware that we have Jeffrey's Livestock here today who is live streaming the show. So those that cannot be here or at work or whatever the situation may be, they can watch from their home computer or their phone. You can look them up under Jeffrey's Livestock on YouTube, Facebook, and their website, which is simply info@jeffreyslivestockmarketing.com. And they are sponsored by D&D and MT Hart Livestock. We appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Tall young man on the far side is going to win this class, and he does so just by his ability to pattern up, and his type and kind is my kind in the way that his look is about him. Love his skull, love his ability to get out and be an athlete. He's a notch heavier bone than anything else in this class. Real nice place to start. A young man that ends up second, he's got a little more chest as he comes directly at us, maybe a little more shape up high. Not quite as impressive when we start studying him from there down in terms of his arm and his feet, but a pig there that you like in terms of his freshness of body and his shape that he does have to offer. Young lady that comes into 3 with this extra dew-clawed gilt, one that's just got a lot of fundamental value in terms of width and muscle. We got to make her more athletic for me. Wants to get a little short in her step off both ends of her skeleton, wants to round out of her rump, kind of takes away from her look. The gilt that comes next, we just like to freshen her up. Gets a little stellar out here in her overall appearance, but more importantly, we got to make her sounder off her rear too. Got to make her reach that hock back farther and use that hind leg more appropriately. Nice pig that we end with here in 5. He's got a good look from the side. Young man's got him fresh and fit looking. Runs out of bone when we start studying him there at the ground. Congratulations. It's a really nice way to start off our Hampshire show.
Placings in our first class of Hampshire Market Hogs. In 6th place, we have Abigail Leach of the Navarro 4-H. In 5th place, we have Jake Schulze with the Marion FFA. In 4th place, we have Jaylee Williams of the Marion. 2nd place is Weston Warrendell, Navarro FFA. And our class winner goes to Hadley Moat of the Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will be given to Ella Keatron of the Marion FFA. Her pig was purchased from the Frankowiak show pig people at St. Hedwig Feed. Thank you. Second class of Hampshire Market Hogs. We have 9 entered, 7 will be placing. Josh Brown, can you come to the announcer stand, Josh? In the 230-pound cross class, does she have 2?
Yeah, she has 2. Yeah, okay. She has 2. Yeah.
So she could be in the same class with both pigs.
They didn't say which one, but she has 2 in this class.
I'm assuming that because it's 230 pounds. Yeah?
She has 2 in this class.
Yeah.
Another good class here, and I think the young lady's bear on the far side wins just by being sounder out of his rear leg, especially. He's a fresh fit one out here that's still got some muscle to him, but mainly just gets around the ring more appropriately and sounder than anything that we have to pick from here. The young lady's belted gilt, super impressive from her flank forward. Love her added shape, love her stoutness that she offers. When we get in behind her, we'd like to just make her more natural for me. Gets a little rounder, gets a little shorter in that step. Like to lengthen that rump and lengthen that step out of her rear too to go ahead and let her win the class. But the young lady has done an excellent job with her. Got her looking fresh, doing a great job getting her shown. The young lady that comes out 3 here, same goes for her. Got a real fresh, well-presented individual. Just gets a little frailer when we compare her to our top 2, especially there in terms of foot and bone. But one there that we just want to make more appropriate in the way that he goes off of his rear leg. This short steps too short there. I'd like to lengthen him off of both ends of his skeleton to make him balance more appropriately. But that's a pig that's got muscle and look and body shape, and I think he's just a notch more balanced than the bear that comes next. The bear that comes next, really good in terms of his shape and his look out ahead of his blade. Wants to get too straight up front for me and the way that angle, that shoulder lays into him. But a hog there that's got some muscle, got some look to him, and the young lady's done an excellent job keeping him fresh and well presented. Nice class there. Young man that comes next, really a stout individual that's heavy structured, really bold-bodied. We just got to make him sounder off of both ends of his skeleton to move him up any higher.
Placings in our second class of Hampshire Market Hogs. 6th place goes to Harley Frost, the Vero FFA. 5th place goes to John McCormick, the Vero 4H. 4th place goes to Sadie Ferris, the Seguin FFA. 3rd place goes to Megan Still of the Steel FFA. 2nd place goes to Elena Pena of the Steel FFA. And your class winner goes to Jolene Swicky of the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to our 2nd place pig, which belongs to Elena Pena. Her pig was bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Entering the ring now will be our 3rd class of Hampshire Market Hogs. We have 10 head entered, 8 will be placing. Attention exhibitors, we will be taking a lunch break immediately following the judging of our dark OPB champion and reserve champion. We will take approximately 45 minutes, and then we'll come back to the ring for our Yorkshire drive. So if you have a Yorkshire hog, don't go very far. We need to make sure that you're here for your class. Again, after the dark OPBs, which will follow the Hampshires here, after we judge the champion, reserve champion, dark OPBs, we'll break 45 minutes for lunch. Thank you.
Got a really nice trio at the top of this class, and for me, it's just soundness that separates these three, and they're really close. You know, everybody's probably got their favorite. It probably depends on who you're tied to ringside, but me just in here evaluating these pigs, I think there's one that comes to the top in terms of the way he gets out here and moves, and that's the young man on the far side. He's a much sure-footed option that's just a little longer hip than our gilt that's in second, which allows him to take a longer step, and then you get in behind him. He's much squarer than the gilt is that ends up into second, and a pig that just is so fundamental and so good and pliable in his rib. He's not as tricked out as our gilt that comes in second ahead of her blade, but I think he's just a more comfortable, sounder option that can last the long haul. Young man that brings the gilt in second, commend him for having one super fresh and super fit. He's done an excellent job and put a lot of work into this project for sure. When we get him out here and compare him, I just like to loosen her up out of her hind two, lengthen that rump, let her get out here and go with a little more authority. And when we compare her back to our class winner, but you want to talk one that's got all the look out ahead of her blade. But then when you start studying her structurally, just gets a little straighter in that blade pitch, gets a little shorter in that step off of her rear too. Another good gilt comes here in three. The young lady's done an excellent job with her. She's probably not as fresh as our top two, just in terms of her presentation, but a gilt that's really fundamental in terms of her bone and her muscle. I like her in the way that she handles those rear two. I thought she was probably the flattest in her rib design when you get up on top of her. Like to give her a notch more roundness and curve to that center. And then when she comes at me, we'd like to square up from blade knee to ground. But a really good gilt there that's got a lot of value. This is a nice pig that comes next too. Young man's done an excellent job with him. It's from the profile that gets him beat for me. He wants to get too short hip in relation to the rest of his body. Takes away from his proportionality for me, but mainly just the way that he goes off those rear two. Like to make him a notch sounder and like to make him a notch longer hipped out here. But really love his freshness and his muscle that he brings to the table. Same goes for the young lady here. We just got to sound that, make that thing looser and more comfortable off both ends of his skeleton, but really love his added bone and feature and muscle. Congratulations. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause. Really good class.
Placings in our third class of Hampshire Market Hogs. 7th place goes to Jada Bloom, the Vero FFA. 6th place goes to Emma Smith, the Berlin 4-H. 5th place goes to Paisley Shainvogel of the Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Isabella Hartman, Navarro for FFA. 2nd place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Urban Wilkes of the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will be going to Cade Pape. His pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to you all. We now have our 4th class of Hampshires coming in the ring. We have 10 head entered, 8 will place. Couple important announcements I need to make here. We must have a picture. If you're going to sell your animal through the sale on Saturday, we must have a picture. And the photography backdrop is over there in the northwest corner of the barn. Make sure you get your pictures taken with your animal that you're going to be selling through the sale, or if you just want a picture of a placing animal you're not going to sell, that's fine too, but just make sure you get a picture if you're going through the sale. Also, Showmanship, we're going to break that out in 3 divisions. The sign-up sheets are located here to the south of me. Right as you walk through the pull-up door, there's the boards laying there, and just sign up according to your age category. They're posted on each individual clipboard. Again, Showmanship. If your name's not on there, we will not put you into the Showmanship drive later on after we judge our grand champion.
A really nice place to start in this class, and the young man here does so pretty easy for me. That one's got look, he's got stoutness, and he does it in such an athletic, such a sound-footed package. I really like that bear quite a bit. The young lady 2 and 3 here is where you have to make your decision. For me, I think there's a sounder options. The young lady here in second. I prefer the way that she's built much more when you get right in behind her than our bear that ends up in third. And, she's not as neat looking, not as heavy structured as our class winner, but just really basic and sound out here. Got a good set of feet and legs. The young man that ends up in 3 probably does offer us a notch more bone than the gilt in second. Little wilder look out ahead of his blade, but me, I have a harder time getting him to pattern and balance. For me, he wants to get a little shorter in his hip, but mainly when you get in behind him, just too much east and west. I'd like to see him more appropriate in the way that he handles those rear 2. Get him up in that 2 hole. The young man that comes next, just a real sound-footed, comfortable gilt out here that's got a good pattern about her. We got to give her more muscle, got to give her more bone to play with that top trio, but that's a good built, good sound-footed hog there, and that's how he gets in the 4th hole. Young man that comes in 5 has got one that's probably a little stouter in terms of her foot and bone, just gets a little longer and lower set, takes away from her look out here. Nice class there, really good class winner. Let's put our hands together for them kids.
Placings in our 4th class of Hampshire Market Hogs. In 8th place, we have John McCormick of the Navarro 4-H. In 7th place, we have Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. In 6th place, we have Luke Vogel, Navarro FFA. In 5th place, we have Braden Brixke, New Berlin 4-H. In 4th place, we have Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. In 3rd place, we have Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. In 2nd place, we have Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. And our class winner goes to Chance Chiranza of the New Berlin 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to Jada Littlefield. Her pig was purchased from Corcoran Genetics. Congratulations to you all. Coming in the ring now will be our 5th and final class of Hampshire Market Swine. We have 6 entered, 5 will place. I will. Okay. Corey was going to give me a list. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There. Nate Friesman. Austin Quick. It's in the truck. I left it in the truck. I'll bring that one too. We'll need to announce the whole committee too.
You got a good fan club, bud. This is a real nice class here we end with on our Hampshire show, and it comes down to a pair for me. I think a young man's gilt here is just a notch more structurally correct out of her front end and her front foot. Really fresh-bodied, really nice balance type of a gilt there that just kind of a no-holes type of gilt that's just a notch sounder out of her shoulder for me, and the soundest one in the class that we have to pick from. That's still got enough to her. Young man's Barry is a notch heavier boned, especially on his rear leg. You start studying him, the way that his motion is out of his front end. He's just got to go more comfortable for me. Wants to get plenty flat in his foot and plenty straight in his shoulder. But I still think he is just a notch more pliable, notch more comfortable out of his rear leg than the gilt that comes in 3. The gilt in 3, really, really robust in terms of her muscle, really strong out of the backside of her blade, real big in terms of her muscle as she goes away. It gets too straight off both ends of her skeleton for me. It gets too short in her step for me off both ends of her skeleton. And then to go along with that, we'd just like to give her a notch more body to match all of that she has up high. The young lady that comes next is one that's really good in terms of her body, just one that runs out of gas in terms of bone. She's the frailest of that top 4. You start studying her in her forearm and her foot, gets pretty frail and right there at the ground. Really nice class, so let's go ahead and give all these kids a round of applause.
Placings in our 5th and last class of Hampshires. In 5th place, we have Jacob Bronny, Navarro FFA. In 4th place, We have Cheyenne Moat of Marion FFA. Third place is Ryan Rust of the Vero FFA. Second place is Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Bodie Woodley of the Kingsbury 4-H. Bodie will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump check. His pig was purchased from Corcoran Genetics. Congratulations to you all. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion Hamp.
Let's give our 5 Hampshire class winners a round of applause here. Good quality up here on the top end of your Hamps, and it's been a pleasure to sort through. And to me, there's one that just sticks out. To me, your champion Hamps, non-negotiable if we're trying to make them sound and stout and still good looking. A young man here on the far side is going to have our champion.
Champion Hamp goes to Chance Chironza of New Berlin 4-H. We're now judged for reserve breed, excuse me.
We bring our gilt that was second in that class out, and that's just a really basic, sound, fundamental individual there. You know, maybe doesn't wow you in any one area, but you got to appreciate her soundness at the ground. There's another one out here I think that is the next closest to our champion. Come out of a good class, just a really sound, opened up individual that's got a good center about him, but has the feet and legs that allow him to go the long haul. Young man here is going to have a reserve.
Reserve Hamp goes to Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We now will start with our dark OPB. Our first class of dark OPBs. We have 10 head entered, 8 will be placing. Again, reminder, we are going to be breaking lunch after we judge our champion and reserve champion OPB dark. We'll break for approximately 45 minutes and then reconvene here right after that lunch break with our Yorkshire lightweight Yorkshire class 1 Yorkshires. Once again, if you want to show or participate in our showmanship, that will take place after the grand champion, reserve grand champion are judged. We have a sign-up sheet over here under the bay door, which is right on the south side of us here. You need to sign up. We'll have 3 categories, age categories that is, and you need to sign up to participate. So if you want to be in our showmanship, please sign your name to the clipboard that you belong to. Thanks.
Nice class of darks, and I think we got a winner out here that commands your attention just in terms of his ability to get out and go. He still offers some width and some muscle. Really a good built individual that gives you a great look from the side. One there that's just super fresh and super well presented and does it in a really high fashion package. From there, it's a little closer for me. I think the added stoutness advantage goes to the young man on the far side here to my left, one that's super big up high, right on the back side of her blade. She's got a big hind leg working into her there. Wants to get too straight up in her shoulder for me. Not quite as sound and pliable as our class winner, but very impressive in terms of her stoutness and her freshness. And I think she just has more bone than our bear that ends up in 3. The bear in 3 is very good built from front to rear. He's really square up top and down to the ground. He gives up quite a bit just in terms of his foot and his arm and his rear leg size. But that's a very, very square built one that's got good soundness out here. Just like to give him a notch more stoutness to go along with all that muscle. A young man that comes out next, they've got one that's very fresh and very fit. Gets a little flatter in her rib design, gets a little flatter and narrower gauged all the way through her skeleton, especially as she comes right directly at me. The young man coming next is one that's very heavy structured. Just like to see her get out and go more comfortably off of her rear too. Congratulations to all of you in that class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Placings in our first class of dark OPB market hogs. 8th place goes to Mason Richter, Steel FFA. 7th place goes to Lily Zimmermer, Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Cadence Mercer of the Seguin FFA. 5th place goes to Noah Richter, Steel FFA. 4th place goes to Weston Warrendell, Navarro FFA. 3rd place goes to Urban Wilkes of the Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Luke Bell of the Santa Clara 4-H. And your class winner belongs to Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. Hayden will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeder's $100 bump check. His breeder was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. We're now moving to our second class of dark OPBs. We have 7 head entered, 5 will be placed. Also, going back to the Seguin Swine Breeders, I want to acknowledge all the breeders that are involved in this. And last night, and these are not exact numbers, but I know last night they gave out over $1,700 in checks. And at the end of today, I'll let you know how many checks were going out today. But they do a pretty substantial effort in getting these kids extra money for their projects if they bought their pigs from these breeders. And the breeders are as follows: Real Hog Farms, Kelso Genetics, Marshall Stry, Robert Hebner, Daggy Show Pigs, St. Hedwig Feeds, Frankowiak Show Pigs, Phi Show Pigs, Alderson Farms, 4L Show Pigs, Schulze Show Pigs, MT Hart Livestock, Corcoran Genetics, Bubba Eckert, Beck Show Pigs, James Langemeyer, Ryan Colderman, and Quick Pin Genetics. Thanks so much to these gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I should say, and we appreciate their donations to these kids. Thanks. For those of you who may have gotten here a little later this morning, I want to introduce our judge to you. His name is Nick Hofschulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. He judged at Connor State College. He judged numerous county, state, and national shows across the country. Nick has been involved with livestock production his whole life and currently assists in operating Hofschulte Genetics and is a co-owner of Primo Feeds. He and his wife Holly reside in Miami, Oklahoma, along with their 4 children. Thank you, Judge, for coming here to Texas to judge our show. Attention in the show ring here. We just want to let you know once again that we will break for lunch, I should say, immediately following the judging of the champion, reserve champion, dark OPB. We will break for 45 minutes and we'll reconvene here with our lightweight Yorkshire class. So if you have a Yorkshire pig, do not go too far, okay? We need you back here to make sure you get your pig in that first initial drive. Thank you.
Little harder class to put together, but the easy thing to do is start with the young man's predominantly white gilt there, and she does so pretty easy for me, just in terms of her ability to balance out here and offer you some width and some muscle and still have some bone. The young lady's bearer that ends up in second is one that's most closely follows her in terms of his pattern and his kind. He's really balanced, really heavy bone, really sound. We got to give him more muscle, and I think that's what makes it close between 2 and 3. If we can give this bear just a shot more muscle and width all the way through, I think he pushes our class winner. But I find him so much sounder, so much heavier structured than our gilt in 3. That's why I preferred him over her. The young lady's gilt 3 is heavier muscled, like we said, super good in terms of her back shape and her center dimension. I got to make her sounder off her rear 2. I got to make her heavier bone to move her up any higher for me. Young lady that comes in 4 is one that's got a real good pattern type of pig. That's good coming at you. You get off the side of him. He wants to get a little shorter in his hip, a little straighter in that hock and the way that he handles that hock. Then you get him behind him. You just like to square him up at his hock and down to the ground. But a nice fresh pig there that's got a good center laid into him for sure. The one that we end with here is one that's just needs more time. A really sound, functional individual. Just gets too flat, narrow, and light muscled to me put her up any higher today. Congratulations to all of you. Nice way to end these dark OPBs.
Placings in our second class of dark OPB. 5th place goes to Maddie Schoolcraft, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Chen Shadrock, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4H. 2nd place goes to Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Kason Clufus, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder Bump Check will go to the 2nd place pig, Briley Clufus. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Congratulations to all. Coming in the ring now will be our last class of dark OPBs, our 3rd class. We have 4 entered, 3 will place. I want to put out a special thank you to all those that are helping. I'm going to miss some names here, but I'll try to get it corrected. But I just want to let everybody know that we have a lot of people both here in this ring and across the street in the barn over there that are working, getting these pigs lined up to come in here, assuring our classes are correct and the right kids are in the right situation. So right now what I have on this list so far, helping us out today, volunteering by the way, is Austin Quick, Nate Friesenhahn, Stephen Kaiser, Chuck Rial, Kurt Kelso, Josh Brown, John Corcoran, and Jimmy Damerow on the scale, I believe. But again, thank y'all for y'all's participation and help. Almost all these people don't really have a dog in this hunt, so to speak, but they're out here volunteering their time and effort. And I will get you, if I miss any names, I apologize. We'll get this corrected for you, and we'll re-announce this before the end of the day. Also, one other person back there in the back across the street is our sifter, assuring that the breeds are correctly represented. And we have our ag teacher from Canyon High School, Miss Haley Musgrave, and she is doing the classification for us. Appreciate her efforts as well. Thank you.
Young lady in the black shirt's going to lead this class off with, and I think that's just the nicest balanced one out here that proportions the best and is the soundest of all 4 of these and off of both ends of her skeleton. A young man that ends up in 2nd with the vest is one that does offer us a little more edge up high on the back side of her blade. You get off from the side of her, wants to get a little easy in her back, a little shorter in her hip there, and doesn't handle her hind leg as comfortably as our class winner. Young man that comes in 3, the same goes for him. One that's just a notch straighter off both ends of her skeleton. Got to make her sounder out of that front end to move her up any higher for me. And the Hereford colored one we end with, very good pattern, very sound-footed. just gets outpowered in terms of muscle and bone. Congratulations to all four of you. A nice way to end these dark OPVs. Good job. Good job.
Placings in our dark OPB class. Third place goes to Jacob Brownie, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. And our class winner goes to Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. The Skene Swine Breeders Bump Check will be going to Jacob Brownie. The breeder was Ryan Coulterman. Congratulations to all.
Get out here for our champion dark OPB, and it gets closer. I think there's a pair of them a guy can tie into. For me, there's one that's a notch bolder chested, notch square from blade knee to ground, and just a little more impressive through her center in terms of her turn to her rib. Young man here in front of me is going to have our champion. Bring the second out of that class and talk about how we love his look from the profile. I love his bone. Just got to give him more muscle, just real muscle up high and from behind. I think there's another one that fits really good with our champion. Not quite as impressive at his knee, probably not as heavy structured, but man, he's cool to look at from the side. Offers a lot of good. Young man out of the first class. Congratulations.
Champion dark OPB goes to Kason Clufus, Marion FFA. And our reserve goes to Hayden Pompa. We will now take a 45-minute lunch break. Possibly might run into an hour, but be local. Especially if you have a York pig, we will try to reconvene as quickly as possible, but at least 45 minutes, maybe a little longer. We have some paperwork needs to be straightened out here, but we'll be back with you here in a little bit. Thank you. All ring help, please come to the arena. All ring help. We're getting ready to start our first class of Yorkshires. Welcome back, everyone. We're starting back up now with our Yorkshire class market hogs. This very first class will have 5 entries, 4 will be placing.
Got a really nice trio at the top of this class, and it comes down to a pair for me. And of the pair, there's one of them there that just balances a notch better. Really big bone, big arm, big rear leg, and just proportions so well out here. I think she's a notch stouter in her chest as she comes right directly at me than the young man's bear that's in second. The young man's bear in second, really loose, pliable skeleton. Love him at the ground in terms of his feet and his legs. Gets a little longer in relation to his height, kind of takes away from his look. But if you just study him at the ground, he's built really good. Not quite as overwhelming and not quite as impressive coming right directly at me as our class winner, but a really good, sound-structured hog there to be in second. Young lady's bear that comes out in three probably does have just a notch more edge up high and right out of the back side of his blade. It's his mobility that gets him into three. For me, I'd like to make him a notch sounder out of his shoulder and his front foot. If we can make him handle that front end of his skeleton a notch more appropriately, I think we could get him into the 2-hole because I love his look. I love his shape. Young lady's done an excellent job getting him to this point in terms of freshness and just having him looking right today. Just like to change his front feet there. The young lady that comes next in 4 really is sound, a good built individual that just needs more muscle and width. And then we end with one that just needs to be sounder off his rear too. Let's give those Yorkshire exhibitors a round of applause there.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our first class of Yorkshires. In 4th, we have Ariana Zavala, Steel FFA. In 3rd, we have Emily Pompa of the Clemens FFA. In 2nd is Luke Bell with Santa Clara 4-H. And our class winner goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Braden will also be the recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check for $100. And his hog was purchased from MT Hart Livestock. Thank you. Coming in the ring now will be our second class of Yorkshires. We have 5 head entered, 4 will be placing. Showmanship. If you want to participate in our showmanship, you must sign up prior to the judging of our champion, grand champion, and reserve grand champion swine. The list is over here to my south, the open bay door. There's a bar there that has the clipboards for the age groups that you be participating in. You need to sign up. Thank you.
Got a smaller class here, and a young lady in the pink's going to win. She does so just by being sound out here and really a good pattern type of gilt that's good on her feet and legs, still has some muscle. Just does so by her feet and legs out here compared to the rest of her contemporaries. The young lady here in second is a notch heavier boned. I just got to make him sounder off his rear, too. It gets awfully short in his step for me and just a little flatter built in his rib design, but love his bone, love his feature that he offers, and just think he's a notch sounder even so than the bear that ends up in 3. The bear in 3, probably my favorite if he wasn't dealing with this injury. It's got a good shape up high, got a good chest in him. Just unfortunate that his right hind leg there is not working with him right, so he ends up into 3 today. Young man we end with, we just got to freshen that one up, make him sounder off his rear too. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for those 4 kids.
Placings in our second class of Yorkshire market pigs. Placing third is Brett Barnard, St. James 4-H. Second place is Chloe Law, Seguin FFA. And your class winner is Carly Rial, New Berlin 4-H. Carly will also be receiving our Seguin swine breeder bump check for $100. The breeder of her pig was Rial Hog Farm. Now entering the ring will be our Class 3 Yorkshires. We have 5 head entered, 4 will be placing.
We only have another 4 in this class, and it's hard, just minute differences between all 4 of them. But the one I gravitate to for his look and his presence and his freshness is a young man here, and I think he's the most impressive when you get up on top of him, and in terms of his forearm and his bone and his feet. You know, he's not perfect, but the young man's done an excellent job getting him fresh and fit today, and got him looking right for sure. From there, the young man here is going to be second, a bear that has just got a little more muscle than the gilt that's in 3. I like him a notch better in terms of his bone. We got to make him sounder to go ahead and get up in that top spot today. But just in terms of genuine muscle and wit, I prefer him over the young man's gilt in 3. Young man's gilt in 3, really sound, loose structure type of gilt. Just gets too flat, too light muscled, and that's what gets her in that 3 hole. Young lady, if you want to go ahead and let your 4th place bear out, a bear that's a really good pattern, one that just needs to be fresher. Then when you get behind him, you just really like to stouten him up towards the lower part of his ham. Nice class. Let's give them all a hand.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in the 3rd class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. In 3rd place, we have Cooper Real, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place, we have Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. And in 1st place, we have Banner Wilkes, Marion FFA. Banner will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeder bump check for $100. And that pig came from Alderson Farms. Congratulations. Coming in now will be our 4th class of Yorkshires. We have 6 head entered, 5 will be placing. Friendly reminder, we do need to have a picture taken of your swine that has placed, and you want to sell Saturday in the sale. We do have to have a picture. The backdrop for the picture is on the north side of the building, northwest side of the building. As you go out the ring, please have your picture taken. Or if you have a pig that you're not going to sell and you just want a picture for whatever reason, they'll do that as well. Thank you. A special shout out to Guadalupe Gas. They're furnishing the heaters that we have over here by the announcer stands and elsewhere in the building. I'm sure there's some more, but we do appreciate their donation of gas and bottles. Thank you. This time I'd like to recognize our help passing out the ribbons and banners. Three lovely ladies sitting in front of us with the crowns on. Those are our Guadalupe County Fair Queen, Princess, and Duchess. Our Queen is Rayleigh Childs. Our Duchess is Priestley Just. Oh, I'm sorry, Princess, excuse me. I'll get Princess. And then our Fair Duchess is Montana White. Thank you, ladies, for your help. Appreciate it.
For real.
Really a high quality class of Yorkshire gilts and up here on the top end. And I think the one that offers us the most in terms of structure and just being able to get out here and be athletic and still having enough is the young lady here. Love her shape that she has to her head, and her ability to get out and move off of her rear leg is the best of these top three. Get on top of her. She's really fresh and big in her back there. Gives you a beautiful silhouette from the side. Nice place to start. And from there, the young man here is going to be second. Another one I thought just offered us a notch more bone than the gilt in 3. I don't find her quite as good out of her rump when you get off the side of her in terms of her length and her levelness and smoothness. Didn't find her maybe quite as just as heavy boned in terms of her arm, but a gilt there that you have to appreciate for her freshness. Her body shape's very good. Her rear leg bone is good. And I think that's where she beats the gilt that's in 3, is just going away. She's much squarer. The gilt in 3, probably the biggest backed one of the bunch. Unreal shape behind her blade there. You get on top of her. Very, very impressive. I love this gilt's immaturity she has about her head. It's when I get in behind her, I'd like to square her up from the top of her hip down to her hock and just keep that and maintain that squareness. But a gilt there that we change her in a spot or two. She could go ahead and win the class. Today I didn't find her square enough going directly away from me. Gilt coming next, really heavy bone, heavy duty type of gilt. It's coming right out of the gate how she gets beat. She's got to be stouter there at her knee. She's just a little more ordinary in her look too. You start studying her up through her front end and her front third. Not as neat, not as cool looking out of that front end as our top three that are ahead of her, but a really sound, fundamental, heavy bone type of gilt. Same goes for this gilt coming next. We got to square her up in her knee and just make her a notch more robust coming directly at me to move her up any higher. Congratulations. Really good weight in those Yorkshires. Let's give those kiddos a hand.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our fourth class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. Fifth place goes to Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. Fourth place goes to Claire Rial, New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Cameron Mauricio of the Clemens 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bump check will go to Claire Rial. Her pig was bred by Rial Hog Farms. Congratulations to all. We'll now judge for our champion York.
Get our class winners out here, and for me it comes down between a pair, and of the pair there's one that's a little bigger armed, a little more impressive as she comes at you. She's not the biggest one, but she's the best one. Young man in the green, congratulations.
Congratulations to Braden Forts, champion Yorkshire. Now we'll be judging for our reserve.
Really like the bear that comes out behind her in second in terms of just being sound-footed and able to get out and go and function. I'd like to change him out of his rump. You know, there's another one that fits the mold of our champion. Didn't find her quite as impressive coming at me. Not as big armed, but love her look, love her mass. Young lady out of the last class is going to be our reserve.
Our reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt goes to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. Attention, show ring here. I have a cell phone that was found in the ladies' bathroom. It's got like a aqua green color case. If you're missing your cell phone, I can't tell from the front that who it belongs to. But anyway, we do have a cell phone here that's found in the ladies' restroom. And thank you for the lady who brought it up here to us. Coming into the arena now, we have our first class of crossbred market hogs. First class market hogs, crossbred, excuse me. 12 head are entered, 8 will be placing. Correction on our first class of crossbred market hogs. There are 12 entries. We're placing 9, not 8.
Nice way to start our crossbred division off with this young lady's white gilt here, and does so pretty handily for me. She's the combination gilt class of just condition and width and freshness and soundness. Really gives you a great look from the side. Goes away good, true, and square, and has some bone. Nice place to start. The young man's blue gilt, super fresh, super opened up. A gilt that I love for center dimension. Gives you a great look out ahead of her blade. She's not as heavy structured as our class winner. You start studying her arm and her front foot and then work your way back to her rear leg. Gives up quite a bit in terms of bone compared to our class winner. That's why she gets beat today for me. But she's so much truer than the gilt that's in 3. The belted one here. The belted one, I like her look from the side. She comes at you really good and bold. It's when I get in behind her, I'd like to square her up in that view. Wants to get a little outside herself in the way she handles her hawk. But the young lady's doing a good job sticking with her. Got her fresh and fit. The one that comes next, real bold, real robust. Got a big chest working in her. Gets a little quick in her maturity for me. Gets a little shorter out of her hip. But mainly when you get in behind her, we'd like to square that hawk up. Clean her joint up a little bit, but a nice stout gilt there the young lady's done a great job with as well. Young man brings us a barra that's very good looking from the side, just too straight up in his shoulder. Like to open him up as he comes at us. Good way to start these crosses off with. Let's congratulate him and show him what we feel.
Placings in our first class of crossbred market hogs. In 9th, we have Joy Castillo of the Vero FFA. In 8th, we have Elizabeth Roberts, Steel FFA. In 7th, we have Casey Lee Smith, the Vero FFA. In 6th, we have Caden Canyon, Navarro FFA. In 5th, we have Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. In 4th, we have Cheyenne Kuhlman, Navarro FFA. In 3rd, we have Baylor Wright, Marion FFA. In 2nd is Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Emily Pompa, Clemens FFA. Emily will also receive the $100 Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now will be our second class of crossbred pigs. We have 11 head in the class, placing 8. Oh, that's right. Correction, 13 entries, placing 10. Attention in the show arena. If Casey Haker or someone who knows Casey Haker is here, we found out who your phone belongs to. So Casey Haker, we have your phone at the announcer stand. Thank you.
Real nice place to start in this class. This young lady's white-legged gilt and does so pretty handily. She's just a robust husky one out here that's got the bone and the look to go with it. Really fresh. Done a great job getting her to this point. Young man's Barra here is the same kind of mold. I probably prefer his lines a notch better when you get off the side of him, especially in his junction. It's just as he comes and goes, he gives up a lot of dimension. We got to make him wider as he comes at us. And just a little looser off of his rear too. But I still prefer his look and presence from the profile over this black gilt that ends up in 3. The black gilt that ends up in 3, really dimensional, really wide. It kind of works to her disadvantage. I'd like to just make her more natural up to her shoulder, and as she comes at me, and with all that mass she has, we need to give her more bone and foot at the ground, but a real nice gilt that's got muscle and width. And I think she's just notch sounder out of her shoulder than the gilt that comes next. The gilt that comes next. If we could fix her off her front feet, I think she goes into second. But today I just can't get past her front end, and the way she's moving out of that front end, we got to fix that and make that more correct. But the young man's done a great job with her. He's got her fresh. He's got her fit. And she looks the part. The gilt that comes next, just a little too quick in her maturity, not enough bone to go with all of that chunk that she's carrying, but a nice gilt in her own right that has some width and muscle. Let's congratulate those kids. Really tough class of crosses there.
Placings in our second class of crossbred hogs. In 10th place, we have Jaylee Williams, Marion FFA. 9th place is Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. 8th place is Callie Marie Traeger, Navarro FFA. 7th place belongs to Bryant Barnard, St. James 4-H. 6th place goes to Brooke Lightfoot, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Megan Steele FFA. 4th place goes to Cass Pape, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And 1st place, and our class winner is Stevie McFarland of Steele FFA. Our recipient of the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check for $100 goes to Cade Pape. His pig was bred by 4L Livestock. Congratulations to you all. We now have our third class of crossbred pigs coming in the ring. There are 12 entries, 9 will place. Again, a reminder, if you want to participate in showmanship, you need to sign up prior to. We will pull the sheets at the end of the judging for our crossbreds. The clipboard's over here to the south of me here. At the bay door, there's a bench here. There's 3 clipboards in there for age groups. Sign up on your appropriate age group. Also, if you're going to sell your pig in a show on Saturday, you must have a picture made of that animal. And the backdrop for the photography is over there on the northwest corner of the barn. Again, please, if you're going to sell your animal, you must have a picture made. Thank you.
Well, we got a commanding winner in this class, and I think one that you can't miss for her look and her ability to get out here and move and cover the ground. Really heavy structured, yet still good on her feet and toes there on her front end, and just does it all in such an elegant package with the stoutness that's combined. The white bear here is another one that's got a little more stoutness to feature than the gilt that's in 3. Really a tall-fronted, bold-chested individual. That's got a good look from the profile. He's not as good going away as our class winner, and that's where I changed that hog. But I thought he just had so much more arm and bone and chest width than the gilt that comes out in 3. The gilt in 3 is one I moved up, and I apologize to the young man for not grabbing her back there. Kind of gave me a bad look coming through, but we just got to make her better chested there at her knee, but one that has a great big back. I love the shape out of the back side of her blade. She is probably not as heavy structured as our top 2 individuals, but a gilt that goes away really square. Just like to give her a shot more bone and make her come at us a notch squarer, but he's done a great job getting her ready. She's fit and fresh, and he does a great job getting her drove. The gilt that comes next is one that wants to round and shorten out of her rump a bit, wants to get a little frailer about her foot and her bone compared to those top 3, but a gilt there that's very fresh-centered, very, very good in terms of her chest and her muscle. Just got to make her stouter at the ground. Then we end with a pair here that just need to balance a notch better, need to have a notch more body and pliability to them. A really good class. Let's congratulate those kids for all their effort.
Placings in our 3rd class of crossbred market hogs. In 9th, we have Chloe Law, Seguin FFA. In 8th, we have Sophie Dean, Clemens FFA. In 7th, we have Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. In 6th, we have Henry Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. In 5th, we have Chanton Shadrach of Marion FFA. In 4th, we have Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. In 3rd, we have Cass Pape, Marion FFA. In 2nd, we have Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. And your class winner belongs to Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check goes to Cass Pape. His breeder on this pig was 4L Livestock. Congratulations to you all. We now have our 4th class of crossbreds coming in the ring. There will be 10 entries, 8 will be placing. I want to make a correction to our last class of crossbreds. The Seguin Swine Breeder bump check should have been given to Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. The breeder on her hog was Alderson Farms. We apologize for the mistake.
Another really good pair up the top of this class, and I think the main difference is coming at you. The gilt is a notch more square there at her knee, from her blade knee to the ground, just a notch more appropriate in the way she's built in that area. A gilt that's very, very good in terms of her center and her look from the profile. And then you start studying her rear third. I think she picks her hind leg up and pulls it forward and pushes it back a notch more appropriately than the bear that's in second. The bear in second is one that is monster-backed. He's clubby from the side. Love his look from the side. You get over the top of him, and he is working with a lot. As he comes directly at me, he wants to get in there at his knee. He doesn't stay quite as square all the way to the ground as our class winner. And then you study the way that his hind leg moves. He wants to twist a little more and not quite as loose in that hip, not as loose in that hock joint. Doesn't push back with as much authority as our class winner. But, man, he's got him looking really, really good today and fresh and just super impressive up high. Young man that comes into 3 is another one that's got a great balanced barra, really a thick-ended barra that's got a good head on him there. He's not as fresh in his overall appearance. He's not as good and fresh as he comes at you right through his chest. But I love his silhouette. Love his ability to get out and use that hind leg and motor out here. The gilt that comes next is a really basic, fundamental, sure-footed type of gilt. Probably comes at you maybe a little squarer than the bear that's in 3. Gives up a lot in terms of just bone and foot. Gets outpowered just in terms of skeletal size and structure size. Young man's blue pig out here. We just need to make him sounder out of his front end to move him up any higher. Look, congratulations to all of you. Really nice class of crossbreds.
Placings in our 4th class of crossbred market hogs. In 8th, we have Allison Lizzie, Steel FFA. In 7th, we have Brittany Brixke, New Berlin 4-H. In 6th, we have Gabriela Shimonik Vasquez of the Clemens FFA. In 5th, we have Justin Brawny, Navarro FFA. In 4th, we have Carly Real, New Berlin 4-H. In 3rd, we have Bethany McCormick, Navarro 4-H. In 2nd, we have Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. And your class winner goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. The recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 will go to our 4th place entry, Carly Real, New Berlin 4-H. The breeder of her pig was Real Hog Farms. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now will be our 5th class of market crossbred pigs. 12 entries, 9 will place. It's getting real close to the time that we're going to pull the showmanship sheets. So if you have not signed up, please do so. Come to the open door on the south side of the announcer stand here. And there's 3 clipboards. You just need to sign up to the age bracket or grade bracket that you belong to. And you will be then eligible for our showmanship competition at the end of the show. Thank you. I made a mistake on the last class. Our 3rd place winner was Ellis Ferris of the Seguin FFA. My apologies to both parties.
Calico Bear is going to win this class, and a little softer class, maybe harder to find that one, but he is the soundest and the one that provides the width and the muscle that we like to see and the stoutness, really loose in his skeleton, still good enough looking, just a nice basic bear there to go ahead and win. Young man with the belt here is the next closest to him, in my opinion, a good-chested hog. We can't ever really get a good look at that thing. I'd like him to just catch a gear and get out and drive, but really a big back, big centered bear. Didn't find him as thick-ended as our class winner. He's not as loose and pliable out of his rear, too, but a pig there that offers a lot of good, and I think he's just so much better chested than the bear that comes in 3. Bear that comes in 3, tall-fronted, good-looking, big out the backside of his blade. As he comes at us where he gets beat, he's got to be stouter there at his knee. As he goes away, we just like to spread him out there through the top of his hip down to the ground. Young lady's black gilt that comes next. Really big centered, super fresh, super muscular. We got to give her more bone to make her proportion more appropriately out here. But one she's done a great job with. She's got her fresh and fit out here. And I think that's how she beats the 1 in 5. She's just fresher. Gilt in 5 is a notch looser in her skeleton, really long hip. Like to give her a notch more bone and just spread through her center. Let's congratulate all those crossbred exhibitors. Nice class there.
Placings in our 5th class of crossbred pigs. In 9th place, we have Josie Swicky, Marion FFA. 8th place goes to Bryson Green, Navarro 4-H. 7th place goes to Luke Vogel, Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Caden Bloom, Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Gabriella Reesing, Steel FFA. 4th place goes to Natalie Frost, Steel FFA. 3rd place goes to Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Huck Shanevogel, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. Our winner or recipient of the $100 bump check from Seguin Swine Breeders is going to be our 2nd place entry, Huck Shanevogel. The pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to you all. We now have coming in the ring our last class of crossbred market hogs. We have 7 entries. 5 will be placing. Excuse me, we have 8 entries. Also, last call. We need you, if you're going to sign up for Showmanship, you need to get your name on the board, please. Again, the location of the boards are going to be in this bay door to the south of me here. There's a bench there that has the clipboards on it. Sign up. We'll be pulling these at the end of the class. Showmanship. Also, while we have a second here, I just want to thank again, I guess first of all, D&D and MT Heart Livestock for sponsoring our live feed or live stream today. Jeffries Livestock, and that'd be Brian and Jessica Jeffries are the people that are capturing all this for us. We appreciate it. I'm sure the people at home that couldn't make it today are thankful as well. So thank you to Jeffries Livestock for doing that, and for D&D and MT Heart Livestock for promoting it. Thank you.
Black-headed gilt here is going to win this class. Super, super fresh and well presented and fit. Really balanced individual that just puts it all together the best in this class. The young lady's calico, really stout and opened up. Got to go better off her rear too, but just in terms of bone and this kind, I think she needs to be in the top pair. Young man's gilt that comes in 3 is one here that young man in the blue here is one that's really sound, really pliable off her rear leg. And when we compare her to these top 2, she's pretty frail, especially in her rear leg. I'd like to see her with more bone. I'd like to see her with more power through her center and as she goes away from me, but really proportions and balance as well. And he's got her fresh and good looking today. Another fresh one comes out next here in 4. We just got to give her more bone and foot to go along with all that mass that she has there through her center and up high. Nice class, nice way to end these crossbreds. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Placings in our 6th class of heavyweight crossbred pigs go as follows. In 6th place, we have Henry Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place, Alexis Schulze, Marion FFA. 4th place, Levi Ketron, Marion FFA. 3rd place, Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Isabella Hartman, Navarro FFA. And our class winner was Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. Our winner of the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check is our 3rd place entry. That's Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. His pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion crossbred pig.
Let's give our crossbred class winners a big round of applause out here, and we'll pick your champion. There's quality all the way through out here, and a trio of them come to mind. And of that trio, I think there's a pair of them that blend a little better. And of the pair, there's one that's just so comfortable, so elegantly built, and just really, really combines a lot of good things from the ground up. It still has enough for me, but just really separates herself for her quality look and her ability to get out here and move and do so with enough stoutness and power. Young man with this chromed up gilt's going to have her champion. Bring that white bear out, another stout-headed individual that's got some bone to him. Maybe doesn't get quite in the mix of another pair out here. There's another one that's got a lot of density, really, really good and bold as she comes at you. Got a little bit of an attitude, but she's my second favorite, young man in the green.
Congratulations goes to our champion cross and reserve champ. Our champion was Chance Carranza, New Berlin 4-H. Our reserve champion cross goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. At this time, we're going to reload with all our breed champions and reserve champions. And in just a second, we'll have our grand champion drive. I also want to acknowledge some people. I'm going to miss some names here, and if I did, I apologize. But from my vantage point, I can tell some of these people that have been working in the ring. And there's the two sides of this ring. I guess as you probably know, there's the barn ring over there where we bring the pigs in and stage them, and then we bring them across. So we have, as far as I can tell you right now, we had several people back there actually. But I want to acknowledge these people. We had Austin Quick, Nate Friesenhahn, Stephen Kaiser, and inside here, Chuck Real, Kurt Kelso, Josh Brown, Russell Real. And actually, Russell was a gentleman, I believe, that was coordinating in the back there. So it's kind of an unseen portion of the show, but believe me, it's a big portion of it. And also, while I'm talking about that, we also had our sifter this year, who was Miss Haley Musgrave. She did all our sifting for the pigs today by breed. She is an ag teacher at Canyon High School. We appreciate her efforts in coming here and helping us out today. And lastly, we have John Corcoran and Jimmy Damrow on the scale this year. If I missed anybody, I humbly apologize, but I'm trying to see as many people as I can. Let me know if I missed anybody, and I'll gladly acknowledge them. So those are the people that make the show run. It's a year-long project. It's not just a one-week situation. There's meetings after meetings and planning and getting hold of judges and so forth. And speaking of our judge, we want to make a special thank you to our judge today. Our judge today, of course, was Nick Hofschulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. We appreciate all his efforts today, and he did a wonderful job. Let's give a hand to our judge today. As soon as you, Ringman, if you get your breeds aligned, please let me know and we'll start our grand drive. We will bring out the champion pigs first. The reserves will stay in the pen, and then we'll pull up our reserve on the breed that's selected as champion, grand champion. Mr. Alderson has acknowledged the fact that we're ready to go, so I'm going to bring them out in show order. Oh, we're not ready. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. We're waiting on a couple animals right now. Just in a second, we'll be ready to go.
Sum everything up here for Mr. Britsky.
Yeah,
Last time.
1700. Okay, I've got our signal. Judge, if you're ready, we're ready to roll them. I'm going to announce again, by show order, the champion and reserve champion of each breed. Starting off with our Berkshire class, the champion, and please let's have some applause for these people. They did a great job today. Our champion is Emily Clutter, Marion FFA, champion Berkshire. Reserve champion Berkshire is Emma Smith of the New Berlin 4-H. Reserve, just give a hand wave where you're pinned at, okay? The light OPB, our champions, Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Reserve champ is Cheyenne Coleman, Navarro FFA. Your champion Duroc. Champion is Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. Reserve champion is Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Champion Hamp goes to Chance Karanja, New Berlin 4-H. Reserve champ is Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. Dark OPB, our champion is Kason Klufus, Marion FFA. Our reserve champion, Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. Champion Yorkshire goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Reserve champ goes to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. And your champion Crossbreed goes to Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. And reserve champion goes to Brandon Forts, Marion FFA. Judge, that's your lineup. As our judge looks over the pigs that we have to offer here for him today, I would like to also announce that the buckles this year for the Grand and Reserve Champion pigs, the Grand Champion buckle, has been donated by the Hank Linsman family, and the Reserve Champion buckle will be donated by the Corcoran Genetics. Thank you. We talked a lot about the Seguin swine breeders and the people that are involved with that, and the $100 bump checks, but I've just been passed some results from last night and today. Seguin swine breeders had 9 champion pigs, 13 reserve champion pigs, 17 first place pigs, 10 second place pigs, 7 third place pigs, and 2 fourth place pigs. I don't have the exact number of what that is dollar-wise, but that's $100 for every one of those individuals. And we've got some very good pigs just within an arm's throw of this arena right here. So next year, as you're looking for your projects, if you're not a senior, give these guys a shout. The team of the swine breeder group is as follows: Real Hog Farm. Oh. Sorry, Joe.
Well, really appreciate the invite to come down here and sort your pigs and work with your kids today. And it's something that I enjoy. And like I said, I've been involved in it my whole life. These kids get so much good out of this. And a lot of times, this is the very first thing. More times than not, it's the first time that a child or these kids have the opportunity or come in contact with taking care of something other than themselves. They start young and get older, and I think that's a really powerful thing and something that's one of the best attributes that this livestock show program gives to our kids. And when you think about it that way, the last place pig has just as much importance as the grand champion pig, and they get a lot out of it. I know that a lot of these kids probably play sports and everything else, but that's something that you can't get out of a sport, is learning how to take care of something other than yourself. And when you think of it that way, it's super powerful. But let's give everybody that made this deal here possible a big round of applause. You guys have got excellent support down here. You're super fortunate. You look across, see all the donors, and everybody around here just gets what I said. They know what it's about. We like to cuss and discuss these pigs, but really and truthfully, we're trying to make better people at the end of the day. We get them all out here, though, and evaluate them and try to make these things better. That's what's fun to me, is trying to make the next generation better and just continually to improve. To me, there's one that's so good at her foundation, so sound, so well put together and balanced, does it in a really high fashion way. The Crossbreed's my favorite. Let's congratulate her.
Your grand champion hog belongs to Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve champion hog, grand champion hog.
Bring our reserve crossbred out, and really love that one's dimension and her look ahead of her blade. Wants to get a little more laboring in the way that she moves every now and then. There's another one that we've seen really early that I think has a lot of quality, super opened up, super sturdy built, really sound and pliable. I love this hog's center and her chest and the way that she's assembled in that regard. My next favorite one I've seen today is the young lady's Duroc. Let's congratulate her.
Reserve Grand Champion, your Duroc, belonging to Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. Congratulations. In just a moment, we'll go ahead and start up our showmanship. We'll start with the seniors first, and the reason we do that is for the young members that are just starting out showing, to give them an opportunity to watch the seniors who have been showing for years, to come up here and watch the senior show, to learn and hopefully emanate these people and how they show their animals. So we'll start with seniors, then intermediates, and then the little guys will come in following that. Thank you. Currently in the ring, we have our contestants for our senior showmanship. The winner will receive a showmanship buckle donated for the senior group by Edgar Schneider family. Thank you very much for your donation. We're ready to get on. Thank you for participating. The judge has released you. If you're in the ring, your pins stay put.
Let's give these seniors a big hand. They've done a good job all show, and I love doing showmanship at the end because you've got to see all these kids show throughout the show, and you kind of have it figured out by the time you get to showmanship. Much easier to criticize the pigs and the kids. I like one of them a great deal is Pig's fit. He's fit. He's calm, cool, and collected. Does a great job getting the hog drove. Young man with this Duroc bear is going to be our champion.
Congratulations to Chase Cologne. He will be our champion senior showman. Congratulations. Coming in next into the ring will be our intermediate group. The buckle there has been provided by the Seguin Swine Breeders. We do appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Intermediate showmanship to me is probably always the toughest because the kids haven't got to that age yet to where they think they're too cool to try, and they're small enough that they look right with their pig still. To me, it's the toughest division, and nowadays almost all these kids have understood and they understand it, and everybody's got the basics down. But skin and hair is huge for me at showmanship. I think that shows your effort at home, and then just the attitude through the whole show. There's one of them out here that just does an excellent job of keeping herself separated. Never gets in a jam. She never gets clustered up. Always keeps that pig moving. Really just a true smooth operator. Young lady with this calico bear and this cheetah dress on the far side is my favorite showman.
Congratulations to Jada Littlefield. She will be our champion showman for the intermediate group. Congratulations. We will now bring in our juniors. Belt buckle for that category will be donated by the Kelso family, Kelso Genetics. Thank you.
Let's give all these juniors a big hand. They're doing a great job out here. To me, it comes down between three of them. The young man in the green, the young lady in the purple here in the center, and the young lady here in the green. I think all three of those do an excellent job, and it's just splitting hairs of which three of those you like the best. I think one of them kept his pig out of the crowd a little better, maintained eye contact maybe a little better, didn't stop and start as much. The young man's going to win this deal. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to Ryan Rust. He will be our junior showmanship winner. The buckle again, donated by the Kelso family.